Good. Joe, good. So live. It being 7 o'clock, we're going to go ahead and call the meeting to order. If we could stand and say the pledge, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank everyone for being here today. Board, we should have a agenda in front of us, and we do have a quorum present. We have one amendment to the agenda. Under contracts, we're going to add Rachel Jacobson, second grade, pending a background investigation. So if we have a motion to approve the agenda, make sure you make it with the amendment.
What grade is that again?
Second grade.
I'll move to approve the agenda with Rachel Jacobson added as a second grade.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion made by Chris, seconded by Nick to approve the agenda. All those in favor say aye. 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 All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. In addition to the agenda, we should have you have the consent agenda in front of you, which consists of the minutes, invoices, financial reports, and superintendent report. Hopefully everyone has had a chance to review them. Do we have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion made by Nick, seconded by Jolene to approve the consent agenda. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. And we will start out with what's going well. And it looks like we have Tracy lead us all.
Good evening. I wanted to give a shout out to our preschool staff as they've been working really hard on putting together our classroom and program portfolios for our upcoming NACCE visit in the fall. I also wanted to give a shout out to all of our behind the scenes staff. I want to thank the bus drivers for getting all of our elementary kids transported to and from all the field trips our students took this year. I want to thank all the cooks for putting together stacked lunches for those trips, preparing our meals for our students, and the custodians for keeping the buildings and facilities clean. I would like to thank all the associates who work tirelessly each day and every day with students throughout the district. And finally, I want to thank all the administrative assistants and the business manager for always being a friendly first contact to our stakeholders. PAC wouldn't run without you, so thank you.
Thank you, Tracy.
Good evening. I'd like to echo what Mrs. Carlson mentioned about all of our district staff behind the scenes. They really do work hard every day, and people don't always see what they do, the extra things that they do. They're truly what makes this place function, and I also wanted to publicly thank them. I'd also like to let the board know that we do have our student council in place for next year. It consists of 24 student representatives, so there are 6 students from each grade level. And those kids stepped up to be leaders of our student body, which is cool to have them in place now because they can start working as soon as school begins in the fall. I look forward to working with them next year to brainstorm ideas on how to continue to improve the student experience here at PAC, and of course, to plan homecoming. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrea. Just on behalf of the board, it's been a long extended school year, so all staff, we truly would like to thank all staff for making the school year successful and getting through the battle. It was obviously long with the extended days with snow days and this and that, but we really do appreciate it. Joe, do you have anything?
Yes, I'd like to add one additional. Regional Learning Center this year has completed their end of the year report. This is their second best year on record as far as the number of diplomas. We had a total of 9 graduates this year, and we also had, with the help of Mr. Friesner, the first ever semi-formal graduation ceremony. It was more of a short ceremony and an opportunity for family to take pictures and recognize their students who also graduated with a diploma.
Very good. So we will move on with public communication with the board, and we have Cindy Lutz.
Hello, I'm Cindy Lutz from Pomeroy. I want to thank the school board and Mr. Kramer for your patience and giving us time to think about different options regarding the future of the Pomeroy School building. The Pomeroy Community Facility Committee and the City Council have discussed some possible options, but need the entire next month to continue our discussions and decide on a possible plan. Therefore, we'd appreciate it if there were no action taken on this evening's agenda line item for the Pomeroy School. However, we'd like to have 1 or 2 representatives to be on the next school board meeting agenda to ask questions and make a presentation of our ideas. Secondly, last week I contacted Superintendent Kramer asking if we could have someone from the Pocahontas area school system open the Pomeroy School building so both the City Council and the Facility Committee could take a tour. Most of the members of these groups have not seen the entire school for many years, and one individual has never been in the school. So Mr. Kramer responded by voice message and said that Greg and Jeff could open the building and answer any questions anyone may have. Because I cannot have a quorum of city council members in one place at the same time, I'm asking if the building could be opened at 5:30 on Tuesday for part of us and 4:30 on Wednesday for the rest of the group. We have a city council meeting at 6 o'clock on Wednesday evening, so those who took the tours would then be able to discuss it at that meeting. If that doesn't work for Greg or Jeff, we request to open the doors maybe on Thursday at 4:30. I need the answer to those questions by tomorrow morning so I can inform the people of what is going to happen. And if that doesn't work, most of our people are workers, so we need to look at later in the day.
Yep.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Cindy. Karen, is there any other public communication with the board? Okay, thank you. So we're going to move into business. First on our agenda, we need to approve the resignation of Zach Stuplick, at-large board member. And his resignation is effective June the 4th?
No,
Or June?
it's May 26th.
Oh, okay. What page of the packet is it, Joe?
Give me a second. 25. 25. And it is May 26th.
I'll move to approve.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion made by Chris, seconded by Dustin to approve the resignation of Zach Stuplick on the school board, effective May the 26th. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. So next, we're gonna move on to discuss and approve an interim board member to fill the vacancy until the November election. And I want to talk about that briefly. Zach Jones went to resign from the board. I know there's been some spin and maybe some talk that the board was involved in that decision, and I can assure you that was not the case. We didn't know when he chose to resign or when he was going to take the job that he took, so that was entirely up to Mr. Stutzler. There was also some talk about the timing of that there was some planning behind the scenes that we knew when he would resign, so that we knew there wouldn't be a time for a special school board election. Again, I can assure you that was not the case. So we're going to move right into, we had a meeting last week. We talked about some potential appointees to the board. At that meeting, we decided it would be a good idea for the names that were brought up to have them answer a couple questions, and they've done that. So what I'm going to do is read the answers to those questions, and then after we've concluded that, maybe some discussion, then we'll take a motion or motions to appoint someone to the board. The first person on the list to read their answers to their questions is Cherie Johnson. And each of these potential appointees will answer the same questions. Number one, why do you want to be on the school board? I'm willing to fill this position because several people have asked me to run for school board, and it appears there's a need to fill. What strengths can you bring to the school board? We have 3 kids raised, one with a bachelor's degree in political science who is working full-time in Washington, D.C. The second one just graduated with her BA in church leadership and worship leading, seeking employment in Des Moines. The third one pursuing her master's degree in accounting at UNI and interning this summer in Washington, D.C. We have 3 more in high school, 2 currently taking college classes. All 6 have come home educated from preschool through high school, everything from phonics to high school chemistry. All 6 have been dual enrolled at PAC. I have my Bachelor of Science degree in accounting, and I am a certified public accountant, currently inactive as I have been homeschooling kids for the past 22 years. My husband and I have been business owners in this community for the past 10 years. Our business is service-oriented, so we understand the need for healthy relationships. We, like everyone else here, need this school to succeed. While teaching our kids, I learned a great deal about education, about excellence and holding the bar high, about expecting our kids to excel and succeed, about teaching our kids self-governance. If children govern themselves, no one else will have to govern them. My husband and I have learned that it's very important to raise productive, honest Christian adults. In conclusion, our public schools need to help parents by fostering an educational system that will teach kids to be hardworking, honest, and good. If you teach children to read, write, calculate, and think critically, they can teach themselves anything. We need to provide a system that teaches kids to think and learn on their own so they can grow to be leaders in our country. We need to equip and support our teachers. We need to do the work necessary to attract good teachers. We're not here to coddle kids. We're here to train them. Sincerely, Cherie Johnson. The next person who answered the 2 questions was Mark Reynolds. Under the why, Mark responds, lived here 30 years, longer than I've lived anywhere. This is my home. When asked what strengths can he bring to the school board, invested in the school system, worked in education in Pocahontas for between 20 and 30 years, many community members were my students plus or players. They are now my neighbors and friends. Would like to give back to those who have given me so much. Thank you, Mark. No, excuse me. There is no, sorry about that. Have spent my whole life in small community in Northwest Iowa. Our roots are deep here. Had a well-rounded school experience. Was part of many teams and activities. Was a worker, manager, business owner. Experienced all levels of the workforce. Was hired by PAC to start and run the alternative school. Built it into a 60-student school with a thriving business that gave back $10,000 to the school system per year. Valued teamwork, ran successful business, worked with alternative staff and 4 sports teams at the same time. Worked with 3 superintendents, shared space, with current superintendent. Have many friends throughout the school system and care deeply about them, as I do the entire community. I will serve the best interest of the Pocahontas Area School District to the best of my ability. Thank you, Mark. Next, we have Tony Halligan. To the members of the board, why do I want to join the school board? As an alumni, father, coach, and community leader, I care very much about what happens with our children, the school, and our communities. I am physically, emotionally, and financially invested in the success of our combined home. The educators and environment of the Pocahontas Area Community School District prepared me for life. They helped me reach my potential. I owe a debt to the school district. I am prepared to serve and return that investment with interest. I have the ability, knowledge, and common sense to help the school district define its strengths and weaknesses, establish goals that maximize our potential, and provide our children with an education that prepares them for the life ahead to know themselves, be confident in their abilities, and to stretch their potential to new horizons. I would like to help prepare students for life, envision real-life role paths, identify options to succeed in a local to a global fit, maintain educational paths that expand instead of limit potential outcomes. 4-year path or further in higher education, 2-year path or tech-based degrees, straight to valued community member. Additionally, my appeal to the community and district is why not here? We don't have to see our best and brightest leave. We live in a digital world, and the Pocahontas area can be a leader in retaining local talent and repatriating talent from cities looking to move rural and raise a family in a place that fits their values. What's best for the kids? Character and morale-based values, self-confidence, understanding hard work to drive a desired result, a quality place to live, why and where the school fits centrally in that ideal. What strengths do I bring to the board? Several years as one of the executive officers, managing and leading a multi-million-dollar, 100% employee-owned company. Budget responsibility, including defining limitations, allocation of resources, and maximization of a budget toward a desired outcome. Human resource / OSHA practices and government standards, people and personnel practices, legal adherence and risk mitigation, recruiting, retention, and building employee teams for long-term success. Mental vision and long-term strategic planning, including tools and mechanisms to create a unified vision and drive effective measures towards long-term goal execution. Creating and updating organizational structure and organizational chart to meet dynamic and scalable market or environmental conditions. Roles defined to clear areas of responsibilities and defined measurement metrics. Culture, create it and live it. Create a structure that provides students, staff, leadership, and the communities served with trust and relationships. Mental toughness, learn to compete individually and as a team. Learning to handle adversity, being able to adjust. Experience and ability to establish and maintain a decision hierarchy that translates to the district adhering to core values. What's best for the student, what's best for the staff, what's best for the district, what's best for the community served. Experience and ability to create and maintain a thrive culture where students, staff, and leadership take ownership, have fun while you do it, create raving fans, I've got your back, create value in everything you do, and embrace change. Thank you for your consideration for what you do for our kids, staff, and communities. Tony Halligan. Thank you, Tony. Next, we have Nick Kearns. Why do you want to be on the school board? I want to serve on the PAC school board because I care. I care about the students, the faculty, the staff, and the communities of PAC School District. I'm a lifelong community member and a PAC graduate. I have a passion for helping, serving, and leading. I want to help serve and lead the PAC school board so that the students, the faculty, and the staff, and the communities can all be the best they can be. I am proud to say that I graduated from PAC, and I want my children to be able to say that too. I want the students, the faculty, the staff, and the communities to be proud to be part of the PAC district and be proud of where they come from. What strengths can you bring to the school board? I have several strengths that I feel I can bring to the school board. I'm a team player. I am open-minded and have the ability to see the big picture. I am willing to listen to all sides of the story and make an informed decision using sound judgment and facts. I have the ability to agree to disagree, the confidence to defend my decisions, and the courage to ask questions when needed. I am approachable and I can form good working relationships with many different stakeholders. I have passion and commitment for everything I do. Thank you, Nick. Next, we have Sarah Boyson. I would like to respond to the questions for filling the vacant board seat. Why do you want to be a school board? Why do you want to be on the school board? I am interested in joining the board so that we can continue to support our community, students, families, and teachers in our school district to provide the best opportunities for our school and the future of Pocahontas. I look forward to continuing to promote growth and advocate for our community. What strengths can you bring to the school board? I have many strengths that would benefit the board. I am a mother of 6 children at home, and I work in family medicine, working with parents to grow and raise healthy children and healthy families. I have participated in many kinds of organizations and volunteer work. I was the leader of the Manson Cub Scouts for 6 years. I have assisted with youth groups for many years and was a mentor and a leader during my 8 years in the United States Navy. I have had the opportunity to start up and grow many types of volunteer and/or community projects and programs. I have participated in Houses for Humanity and assisted with the Catholic School Auction Committee, Pocahontas, and the Jail Board Committee in Pocahontas as well. During my 25 years in nursing, I have been able to rise up in leadership always and was charge nurse in each department I worked, and eventually the charge nurse for Stewart Memorial Hospital. Each time I did this, I also worked to actively participate in updating and revamping policies so they were current and with the best research and evidence-based practice to ensure growth, and that my organization continued to move forward. Many of these policies used cutting-edge research and put my places of employment and the paper for continued growth and providing the safest and best care around. I have much time spent in process improvement like Lean Six Sigma and in policy and procedure. Kind regards, Sarah Boyson. Thank you, Sarah. Next, we have Frederick Killian. Why do you want to be on the school board? I believe that the school board must be responsive and receptive to parents, staff, students, and the community at large, encouraging an open dialogue. The board must take input from all groups, weigh all the facts before making a decision. A board member is a trustee of the community that elects him or her. That trustee must be accessible and willing to collaborate with all members of the community. That includes all district staff, teachers, parents, and students, making yourself available and visible in the schools and community. Anyone that comes before the board has the right to be heard. A school board member must build public trust, understanding, support, participation, and most important, accountability for themselves. My efforts as a board member would center on serving all of the children in the community. One child is no more important than the other. We are a diverse community and have to celebrate that diversity. Our schools are here to serve the educational needs of all children. All stakeholders, parents, all district personnel, certified, classified, and management, as well as students must be partners in this endeavor if we are to be successful. A key issue for school boards is to create a long-term vision, mapping a course that provides the necessary opportunities students need to reach their full potential. The board is responsible for establishing and maintaining a structure that supports this vision, empowers the staff, and provides effective leadership. It is difficult to provide leadership and carry out a vision when a district lurches from crisis to crisis like a ship without a rudder. With my background and knowledge of our district, I can help to provide necessary leadership to keep the district on an even keel. I strongly believe that we have tremendous teachers and staff working with our children. We must reestablish a positive morale amongst all district employees and work to return harmony throughout the district. Education takes place in the classroom, and the board's efforts must focus on enhancing and enriching what goes on there and also among our teachers and district leaders. Also, I feel that strong moral convictions as well as the ability to listen intently to all sides, focusing on the mission of the school is the way we can bring pride, unity, and joy to our school community. By working together, we can all share in the knowledge and satisfaction that we have provided for the educational needs of our children and have built a district where students, parents, teachers, and staff feel they are welcome and that they belong. I ask for your support in this endeavor. What strengths do you bring to the school board? Through my years as an adult, I feel I have acquired many skills and gifts in several areas that would be well served on the board. I hold degrees in business, education, coaching, psychology, as well as have worked in these areas a majority of my life. Dealing with budgets and contracts and employee relations, along with educational settings, is something I am very comfortable with. I have read and understand the mission statement of PAC schools and also have studied board policies. I have also attended several school board meetings to listen and pray and see where I could help behind the scenes in resolving concerns. I am passionate about the community and work very hard to bring unity and harmony to all situations I encounter. I am, in short, a peacemaker, and I have excellent skills in de-escalation and conflict resolution. I have very strong moral convictions as well as holding my integrity and personal conduct to reflect compassion and care for all others. I have built strong relationships with parents and students, and I care about our youth in the deepest sense of the word. In short, I am a leader in our community who listens and hopes I can encourage others to be the change for a better future. It starts with me. Thank you, Frederick. And we have another one from Troy Lenz that was kind of a late submission of the answer to the question, but I have it on my phone. Troy Lenz says, I would like to change the direction that the school is currently going. We cannot keep teachers and is problematic for this school district. And I come from being president of the Catholic School Board and have served as a representative for the West Des Moines Fire Department in their transition to going full-time department from a volunteer department. Thank you, Troy. And I understand we have another one who did not provide answers to the question. Shelley Stump has contacted the school late to say she would be willing to be appointed. So just to be clear, we are going to tonight appoint an interim board member. That board member will serve out Zach's term until the November election. The newspaper did do a correction. It was stated in the newspaper that this appointee would serve out Zach's term and the next 4-year term without being elected, and that was absolutely false and was bad information. I wish the question would have been brought up to the superintendent and we would have not had that issue. But to be clear, the person that we appoint tonight will just fill out Zach's remaining term just through November. So the other thing I would like to do is just thank all those that are willing to be considered candidates. It's courageous to do that, and we appreciate those being willing to step forward. And we will appoint one hopefully this evening, and then that person will be sworn in to the school board and take part in tonight's meeting. So with that, any questions from the board or any clarifications? Anything that you wish to share with the board, Joe?
Get ready.
So at this point in time, if anyone would like to make a motion to appoint, what we will do is take motions to appoint, and then we will hopefully have a second, and then we'll vote on each motion and until we get someone who has 4 votes to be appointed.
Will these be roll call votes?
I think that would probably be appropriate.
To me, I don't think you can go wrong with any of them,
Any
to
of
be
them.
honest. They're all
I
very,
think,
very good.
I appreciate all those that said they would fill the vacant seat. That's how I got on here. The seat went vacant. A gentleman, his wife developed cancer or something like that, and I took his seat. He stayed home with her, but I don't think we can go wrong with anybody that is spoken as eloquent as all these people have.
And I have been appointed twice to the seats.
Any other discussion? If not, I think we're open to taking a motion to appoint.
I'll make the first motion. I move to appoint Tony Halligan. Tony Halligan.
Can't hear you.
Speak into the mic.
I move to appoint Tony Halligan.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion made by Chris, seconded by Mike to appoint Tony Halligan to the school board. And at this time, I'm going to ask Karen to take a roll call vote.
Mike,
Yes.
Nick,
Yes.
Jolene,
Yes.
Paul,
Yes.
Chris,
Yes.
Dustin,
Yes.
I'm thinking.
oh, sorry. I'm sorry, my apologies.
Yes.
So with that, motion carries. Congratulations, Tony. And again, we appreciate all those who work. So at this point, I would ask Tony to step forward and we will swear him in.
Raise your right hand, please. You solemnly swear that you will support the Constitution of the United States, Constitution of the State of Iowa, and that you will faithfully and impartially, to the best of your ability, discharge the duties of the office of school board member in Pocahontas Area Community School District. Okay.
Congratulations, Tony, and welcome.
Thank you all for that.
My best. Moving on with business. We are going to move into the 2023-2024 calendar hearing. And that would be on page 36 of our packet. Joe, do you want to summarize the school calendar for us, please?
Yes. As many of you may have noticed, this is the second time around we're bringing this calendar back. Really, the only change to the calendar that has been previously moved or approved is that we have moved the state paid PD days. The first one being now September 13th. Originally, that was set, I believe, for August 18th, and that is due to availability of a PD provider who will be coming in that day to work with district staff. So as a result of that, that does change the calendar ever so slightly. Any questions?
I don't have any. Does anyone else have any questions on the calendar?
I don't recall, did we add some snow days? I don't.
We did not add snow days. The last discussion we had was, I believe, flipping those in terms of what part of the day we were going to have.
Okay.
Those 2 hours.
Yep.
So we just need to make a motion to approve, correct?
Correct. And that's actually later in the agenda.
Oh, okay.
If
So-
anyone from the crowd, though, had a concern with this change, this would be the time to express that, because it is the hearing first.
Okay. Public, any questions or concerns about that amendment? If not, we will move on with the agenda. Next on our agenda is a hearing to renew the board-approved instructional support levy for 5 years. And this would be on page 39 of our packet. And this is something that we do each 5 years. Joe, do you have any other information to share with us on the support levy?
We have repeatedly renewed from the inception of this. It was first approved in 2010. It was done first with a vote, voted approved instructional support levy. The instructional support levy is used to help fund the general fund, and it entirely pays for teacher salaries. We put this into place in 2010 for the 2011 school year to avoid approximately $200,000 in staff reductions. And it has been continued since as 5-year expansions as the board has approved. There would be no recommended changes to this. The language is the same as what you've had in all your previous ones. It is to continue so that we can offset and avoid staff reductions. Across the state, I believe there is only one school district in the state currently that does not have an approved instructional support levy for the same purpose. And it's almost always for general fund purposes, but it's almost always for staff. It's to help cover your staff costs.
Thank you, Joe.
Page 39 of your packets is the beginning of that resolution. And really what you're doing tonight, because tonight's the first step in a 2-month process for this. So tonight you simply have a resolution to consider continued participation in the instructional support program. This will then set the steps in motion for the following month's board meeting to actually have another public hearing before final approval would happen. After that final approval happens, then there's a waiting period in the event that there would be a petition from community to end this particular levy. If that happens, then it would go straight to a vote. If that vote were to fail, it potentially would then lead to the next school year reducing what could be $200,000 in staff costs.
So I assume your recommendation is to continue to participate in the instructional support levy?
It's allowed us to keep programming without having to do additional reductions, which would be the net result if you ever lose the instructional support levy.
Is now the appropriate time to ask a question?
You bet.
So what you're talking about here is participation, whether we want to continue to participate or not. Quick question for you, is it sufficient the way it is to deliver what you need out of it? We want to keep doing the same thing.
So tell me a little bit more what you're thinking and what you're asking.
Well, I guess the statement, as I understood it, and again, this is all really fresh, so we're proposing not changing anything to the levy that we currently have.
What you're proposing tonight, the proposal would be to continue the levy that has been in place since 2010. It would have the exact same language and wording, and that is, it would be for general fund purposes and staff in particular to maintain your teaching staff, which is where that money goes.
And I guess my question is the only options participate or exit, or is there an option to participate but change, increase, redirect? Is this an opportunity to how that levy is utilized?
You cannot increase the levy amount. That is set by Iowa code. You could go less, but going less would be a reduction in that revenue stream, which would mean staff reductions based on however much you would choose to reduce it by. But you certainly could.
We're maximized now,
Correct.
so we can't go higher. We could go less, we could go out.
Yep. So it's lesser, zero, or approved. Those would really be the 3 options. Excellent question.
And we had no action on that tonight, right?
What you're doing is you are approving the resolution to consider,
Okay.
which puts it on the agenda then for the next month. It will then put into place immediately a publication prior to the next board meeting. And all of that is spelled out basically by Allers Law Firm to walk you through this process so that you're meeting code in terms of a possible renewal. So page 40 would be where you would vote for that resolution. The actual resolution language appears on page 41 for consideration of the resolution to consider continued participation. And I would recommend reading that resolution as it appears basically in the middle of page 41.
Okay.
So that the general public is also aware.
Any other questions before I read that? Okay, resolution to consider continued participation in the instructional support program. Whereas the board of directors has determined that to continue the current level of services and to fund the ongoing programs of the school district, continuation of participation in instructional support program for a period of 5 years is necessary and in the best interests of the district and its residents and students. And whereas the board of directors wishes to consider continued participation in the instructional support program as provided in sections 257.18 through 257.21 Code of Iowa. And whereas the authorization for the current instructional support program will expire on June 30th, 2024. And whereas this resolution sets forth the proposal of the board of directors, including the method that will be used to fund the program. And whereas notice of the time and place of a public hearing must be published. Now, therefore, it is resolved. Number one, the board of directors wishes to consider continued participation in the instructional support program as provided in sections 257.18 through 257.21 Code of Iowa for a period of 5 years, commencing with the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2025. The additional funding for the instructional support program for a budget year shall be determined annually and shall not exceed 10% of the total regular district cost for the budget year and the monies received under section 257.14 Code of Iowa as a budget adjustment for the budget year. 3, monies received by the district through the instructional support program may be used for any general fund purpose. Number 4, the instructional support program shall be funded by instructional support, state aid, and a combination of instructional support property tax levied annually upon the taxable property within the school district, commencing with the levy of property taxes for collection in the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2025, and an instructional support income surtax imposed annually, the percent of income surtax to be determined by the board for each budget year to be imposed upon the state individual income tax of each individual income tax payer resident in the school district on December 31st, 2024, and each year thereafter. Number 5, the secretary is authorized and directed to give notice of a public hearing to be held in the high school commons, 205 First Avenue Southwest, Pocahontas, Iowa, on July 10th, 2023 at 7 p.m. Following the public hearing, the board intends to take action on the question whether to continue participation in the instructional support program. Passed and approved this 12th day of June 2023. So we need a motion to have the resolution considered on the next school board agenda.
Do we use 100% of this monies for salaries each year?
Yes.
Okay.
I will point out to the board, the law says a maximum of 10%. When this was originally put into place, the state was going to help supplement part of that. They have not done so in a number of years. So it actually will be a little bit less than that 10% because the state, in essence, defaults on their portion.
Any other questions? If not, we have a motion to add the resolution on next month's agenda.
So moved.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion made by Nick, seconded by Chris to add the resolution to the next month's agenda. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Next, we have on the agenda to discuss / approve board policies for federal funds.
Okay. Come on, pass that around to Tony, please. Everyone on the board would have received an electronic set of this, except for Tony, unfortunately. As you might recall, when we had our nutrition audit and your school district annual audit, as a result of having to have that second audit done at state level because of the federal funds, meeting that threshold because of the ESSER dollars, COVID money incentives that came through the district. We needed to add a set of policies that deal with the use of federal funds. There are no existing model policies by the Iowa School Board Association. In checking with them and our auditor, they recommended checking with some other districts. Mrs. Holder reached out to several districts that were mentioned. What you have presented before you is what is recommended by your auditor as the best available option to fulfill this legal requirement of having board policies in terms of how you deal with federal funds as they're coming through the district. We are recommending that the board approve first reading tonight so that we can get that moving and in place.
Is there a possibility of waiving the second reading?
If the board so chose, yes, you can.
The reading is a discussion, or the reading would be, if we vote this and pass it, and you're basically reading it into public record as passed.
Correct.
I would have to abstain from that.
And Joe, what you provided us prior to the meeting, the highlighted areas are the portions that we're adding to?
No, really what you're seeing in the highlighted areas are those areas where we have updated or that have hyperlinks within the actual board policies. So this set of policies has a large number of active hyperlinks so that as individuals pull up that board policy, there is a direct link as to where to go to get that federal information or the board policy that backs that section or that paragraph up.
That's what's highlighted.
Yep.
Okay.
So much of what you see here makes reference to your existing board policies. It just was not tied together for federal purposes, and that's what this is meant to correct.
Would it make sense to approve it on the first reading tonight so Tony has a chance to read it?
I think that would be
And
wise.
then bring it to the next meeting so he has a chance to get through it.
Sure.
That makes the most sense to me.
Sure.
Tony, while you're gone, I said, let's do it, approve it on the first reading tonight, but bring it for the next meeting so you have a chance to get through it.
Before we
second
vote
reading,
on formalizing.
Before a final
final, yes,
vote on it.
please.
That way it give you a chance to get caught up on it.
Fantastic.
Unless Paul wants to read it. Just kidding.
No.
Really?
I've read enough tonight, Dustin.
I'll move to approve on first reading then tonight.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion made by Chris, seconded by Mike to to renew the board-approved instructional support levy for to discuss board policies for federal funds. Sorry about that. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
So that needs to go on next agenda.
Correct. This will
For
show up
second
again
reading.
next month for final reading.
Next on our agenda is to discuss the NCCS contract. And that's with the consortium in Webster County, correct?
Correct. There are 21 school districts that are part of this consortium, unless someone has changed their mind since the last update that I had. These 21 districts operate together the NCCS Consortium School. It is housed in Manson, Northwest Webster District. Their board is actually the fiscal agent and oversees the management of this particular program. It provides alternative placement for students, particularly with those with behavioral needs, both short-term and long-term. So we've used this for students both on the long and the short-term side of things in the past. This program is set up where there is an upfront fee associated with the operating expenses of the program. So facilities, basically funding. This is paid for from your Pebble 1 cent sales tax funds. The other portion of this operates and uploads and front loads the hiring of staff. As districts use the facilities, you're then billed and credited back to that initial starting amount for the student side of things. If you do not use your full amount, it is refunded back to the district at the end of the year. If you exceed that amount as you're going through the course of the year, then you begin getting billed for that excess amount. So it's a way of hiring the staff necessary to provide programming to students that individually, none of us would necessarily have the ability to do well. But when you combine the efforts and resources of 21 districts, this now allows us to provide. So the region that these 21 districts come from, as you might imagine, is rather large. I know on the southwest side, it goes all the way down to the Carroll area in terms of transporting students. We belonged to this for the last number of years, and I also have served on the board since its inception as a consortium-run school as well. My recommendation would be for us to continue participation in this program. It provides an opportunity that would be hard to replicate internally and would not probably be cost effective for us to do so.
We've utilized these services many times, correct?
Correct. And you as a board have utilized these services.
And the sole purpose of this consortium is to provide an avenue where students that need special help for behavioral issues, correct?
Correct.
Any other discussion or questions?
Is this the only alternative that we currently use?
It is right now. And that's why the region is so large for this.
And this is a one-year contract that is renewed and redone every year?
Correct. The board meets each year along in conjunction with the Manson School Board that oversees it. If you went back to the very first couple years that this was put into place, Manson School Board was actually trying to fund the startup costs for this and bill back. It becomes problematic, however, to put that burden on just one district for the hiring of that level of staff. So as a result, we eventually changed it to this particular process so everyone buys into the participation side. The only monies that you have really invested that you would not get back would be just those portion of the operating costs, the rental side of maintaining the facility. The rest of it, if you don't happen to utilize the services, those funds are going to be recouped at the end of the year by a refund.
Have we ever gotten a refund?
It's been a few years since we have been in that position.
We've had to use it a lot.
Yeah, that tells us that we've utilized it, we needed
We've had
it.
to use it a lot.
Is this the current way of the 0 to 400 enrollment? You said that this is the new way of doing it? Did it start this year?
This method actually has been in place for several years.
Did it go up from last year?
It does go up because your operating costs go up.
Sure.
Just to keep your staff.
Do we know how much it went up this year, I guess?
That you're asking for a number that I would not have at the table here
Okay.
tonight.
Could you, you don't have.
For
could you get it
informational
for me?
purposes,
Sure.
I could get
Yeah.
it for you,
Yeah.
certainly.
I'm just curious what that was. Thank you.
Any other questions? If not, do we have a motion to approve?
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead, Julie.
So moved.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion made by Jolene, seconded by Mike to approve the NCCS contract for the next school year. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Moving on, we have to discuss the milk bid, which begins on
Page 51.
Joe, if you could summarize them for us, please.
On page 51 is a summary page of the bids that have been submitted. This year, we received bids from both AE and Kemp's. Those numbers are set side by side unit costs. Off to the left of those two are the extended costs for the two most frequently purchased items, so your highest volume products, which is your half pints of white milk and half pints of chocolate milk. You'll find or notice that there is a savings of just over $1,000 utilizing Kemp's bid for this particular year. One thing to note that's not included in theirs is no straws, where AE provides that, but I have my doubts that you are gaining $1,000 worth of straws.
Expensive straws. Your recommendation, I assume, is to approve the Kemp's bid because it's the cheaper of the two?
It is the lower bid. There have been some issues in past years, for those of you who've been on the board for a few years. I'm going to hope that that issue has been corrected. We had one other year, we're partway into the school year. We had to withdraw from that particular contract because of their inability to provide timely product that was not spoiled or leaking. We've been told that that issue has been corrected, and based on that, I'm recommending you take the low bid, with the understanding if we run into issues again, we may be revisiting this as we have in the past, because we want a quality product for our students.
The $1,200 difference on the two highest volume parts makes sense. I'm curious why we have no total values on everything else. Is it so insignificant compared to those two that it doesn't make the
The volume's just not the same. Yeah, we're talking about much smaller volumes on everything else. Tony?
When we're talking about really only $1,000 difference, does everything else add up to what? What's the spend on those other categories, roughly, ballpark?
I have not crunched that portion of it. We can try to come back with that, but
I mean, it's a kind of clear case where I'm getting the same service, I'm gonna take the lowest cost.
I mean, the volumes of these two items are 98,000 units for one and almost 33,000 units for the other. Everything else in here is maybe in the hundreds at most that you're looking at.
But if I have hundreds of dollars difference on skim milk gallons, I'm gonna eat up that grand in a hurry.
Sure.
Just looking to pick their numbers, it's not all there.
And if you'd like to, we can postpone for till next month, and if you wish, we can come back with those exact numbers for you.
There's only 9 other numbers to fill out that table. If it's easy to get out of the data, I'd like to see them. With that, I would make a motion to move this to next month's agenda.
There's no concern with postponing it with a time. There's no deadline, Joe?
I'm gonna look at Karen for that one as to the way it was written. Is there an expressed deadline for that? It's all based on escalator
Okay.
clauses, so I would say no.
So I assume we're okay with tabling it until the next meeting? Yep. Next, we will review the bid for bread. which will begin on
page 63. This one's a lot easier because you only have one bidder. It's been that way for a number of years. We still solicit to see if we can get bids from the other two that are listed on here. With that said, you have one bidder and those dollar rates are here. You will notice if you were to compare to a year ago, obviously, like everything else, there is an increase. Just simply due to inflationary factors. But I would recommend that you accept Bimbo Bakeries as your only bidder.
Joe, when you said we sent quote requests out to the other two that are listed here, trying to what's the listing of the three potential candidates?
Interstate and Okoboji Bake Shop in the past have also provided bids for area schools. Both of those two, however, have started basically pulling out of that level of marketing. And for most schools, at least for the superintendents I speak with, Bimbo Bakeries is the large dealer.
I'll move to approve Bimbo.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion made by Chris, seconded by Nick to approve the bid for the bread for Bimbo Company. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Next on the agenda, discuss fuel bid. Beginning on page 71 of our packet. Joe, if you could provide a summary of that.
Yeah, I'm looking for the summary page and I'm wondering if the copy machine ate it.
Is that what you're looking for?
No, that's where the propane is. There something on the other side of that? Hold it, what's on your next page over? 70 what?
76.
Just got put in the wrong place. So if I can direct your attention to page 76, we'll start with our ethanol unleaded blended and our two diesels, number 2 diesel and premium diesel, or ruby red, in some cases it's referred to as. For your 3 fuel blends, you'll find your low bid and only bidder this particular year for those services is Pro. 10 cent off the pump price for ethanol, 15 cents off the diesels. In the past, I'll draw your attention that it's been 15 cents, but if you have filled up locally for unleaded, you've noticed that we tend to be a number of cents lower than most other markets. As a result, that's why you're seeing that change. If that market situation would change, Pro has indicated that they would revisit that number. But given the current competitive situation that we have within Pocahontas, that's the best they can do. Below that, you'll find bulk oil. Your low bidder for that is Doolittle. For the 15 weight 40 diesel oil, 5W20 also is low with Doolittle, and the antifreeze premix 299.04 is also lowest with Doolittle. The DEF low bid is back up again at the top, which would be Pro at 87.50. That's actually priced out by the gallon, but that is a comparable price to your other quotes of 110 and 99.50 on your bid sheet for 55 gallon comparability. So I am recommending the low bid for your ethanol, number 2 diesel, premium diesel, and DEF with Pro Co-op. Doolittle for your diesel oils, your 5W20 oil, and your antifreeze premix.
Any other discussion?
If you then turn back to page 75, rounding out your fuels are going to be your propane. Heating low bid is Wessel oil. Road use, you have the same price submitted by both Wessel Oil and Pro Co-op. So that literally becomes a preference or a rotation depending upon how the board wishes to look at it. They're both local companies and both providing a highly competitive bid.
Who did we use last year?
Well,
Does it complicate it to alternate?
Jeff, the
Would it
question,
complicate it to alternate between the two, use both of them?
Wessel's got a tractor on our tank that calls into them every day, so they can drive by and know when it needs to be filled. I don't know if Pro does that or not.
I think with Pro, we have to call in when we're running lower. It's not as automated.
Okay.
The one on page 75, Joe,
Yes.
that's road use oil?
No, this is propane.
Propane,
So you
okay,
have
excuse me.
road use propane for our propane buses. And then on the left side is your heating propane.
Ultimately, there's 9 categories, and you've highlighted the recommendation for each of the 9 on the lowest.
Correct. The only real issue is what direction you want to go with road use, because they're the same.
Are we, is there a certain amount of propane heating that we are setting aside? I mean, gallon per gallon wise, I guess? Sorry, throw it on.
That's all right. I just have to go back and see if I can find that particular page.
Do you want to see if we're still carrying any on the last contract, or what is the question?
No, I was asking if, what we are contracting for this next year for
For
propane.
how much total?
Yeah,
And I guess my side question with that is, did we contract enough last year? That's kind of what I was curious, if we carried some over on the contract that fell short.
Karen, I don't believe there was a carryover as such, but for the heating propane or the road use from last year. Then I'm happy for it.
Any other discussion?
I was trying to see what we contracted this year. I know, it just kind of came up here.
The one looks like 4,600. If back
On the heating
on
side.
the heating side.
Can you have them speak up, because I can't hear because of the chatter over here.
Public present, if you could try to keep your voices down just so that Karen can hear, so she can take notes, we'd appreciate it.
What is it that Dustin's recommending?
I was asking how many gallons we contracted this year for propane?
This last year,
This year.
this fiscal year?
Yeah.
I believe we had 3 transport loads come in,
That's for the heating side.
Right,
And I think Dustin was asking about on the
for the road use.
road use.
I know this coming year is 9,500. I don't know what we contracted last year.
I think it's estimated the same.
There's an estimation in here, under. If you look at Pro Co-op, there's approximately 9,500 gallons of propane at $1.29 a gallon. I believe it's the same for Russell is 9,500 gallons.
Yeah.
I'm assuming it's probably pretty close to this.
I was referencing the heating side of it.
Oh, you were?
Yeah.
The heating will have a significant difference though from last year to this year
Yeah.
because of the board action already on not renewing a contract for the Pomeroy
We still have the
heating propane.
The only thing that runs down the phone route, propane is the power, which everything else is electric.
Okay. So a couple gallons or a couple thousand gallons, I'm assuming. Is there any, there's no propane up here, it's all natural gas, right? Except for the road.
You have the road.
Yeah.
use and that,
Okay. Thanks.
As far as the question of how you look at the road use division between Wessels and Pro Co-op, alternating was one suggestion. Is there any possibility of splitting that between the two? Do I get the same price? Am I gonna incur extra costs both through accounting or handling transactions if I tried to give them half each?
I'm going to assume for the road use side, it would complicate matters simply by way of whose equipment is on it.
It's on the tank, they have to mount something on the tank. Whether they want to mess with doing it for half a year, that would be between Wessels and Pro, if they want to do it.
But Wessel's equipment is what's on it right now.
Wessels equipment's on it right now, yes.
So Joe, if I'm understanding correctly, you're recommending Wessel's oil for the heating, Pro Co-op for ethanol, diesel, premium def, Doolittle for diesel oil, 5W20 and antifreeze, and then the road use, you don't have a recommendation because the prices are the same.
Correct.
And we did use Wessel's this current year.
I'll move to approve Wessel's for the heating. Wessel's also for the road use, since we have the equipment on there already. Pro Co-op for your unleaded and diesel and def, and Doolittle for your diesel oil, your antifreeze. And the 5W20.
I'll second that.
We have a motion made by Chris, seconded by Dustin, to go with the recommendations as presented by the superintendent, and choosing Wessel's for the road use. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Next on our agenda, discuss/approve early graduation for Sydney Miller and Eli Rowland.
We're recommending that the board approve these two students for early graduation pending meeting graduation requirements.
And that would be on page 84. And was Eli's late enough that
Correct.
it's not on the, it's not part of the packet?
Move to approve early graduations.
I'll second.
We have a motion made by Nick, seconded by Jolene to approve early graduation for the two listed. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Next, we have to discuss / approve AEA purchasing agreement.
This you'll find on page 85 of your packets. Approving this purchasing agreement allows the school district to tap into AEA purchasing for food items, food bids through Martin Brothers, small wares bids through Rapids Wholesale, as well as wear wash bids through EMS Detergent, E-Zone, and Martin Brothers West Zone. So these are negotiated contracts basically for the entire AEA.
This is proven to save us money.
It is. Volume purchasing.
How does this compare to the milk and bread contract we were just looking at since, oh, it says excluding them, okay.
Any other questions or discussion?
Move to approve.
I'll second.
We have a motion made by Mike, seconded by Nick to approve the AEA purchasing agreement. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Next on the agenda, this is just an update item, and I think Cindy covered it, provided an update for us. Anything else to add?
I have nothing to add to what Cindy has not already done. We're just working now to make arrangements for those tours.
If you can work with them on that, that would be wonderful. So now we're moving on to the calendar recommendation, which we looked at earlier in the agenda. The one amendment. Would anyone like to make a motion to approve the 2023-2024 school calendar?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion made by Nick, seconded by Jolene to approve the school calendar for 2023-2024 school year. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. And the next item on the agenda is to approve legislative priorities for IASB, something we do annually. And I think, have we done in the past, Joe, have we put like four?
Three or four. Yep, 3 or 4 priorities the district wants forwarded on to ISB, which they then combine with the rest of the school districts as members of Iowa School Board Association. Some years you've done it the same night, other years you've wanted a month to look these over and then come back at the July meeting for approval. You can do so either way.
And maybe there again, with Tony being new to the board, we could, I think we should take some time to look at it.
Give him time to look at it.
And basically this is, if I'm interpreting this properly, the schools vote and provide IASB their vote, and then their efforts are geared more towards the priorities that are provided from different school districts in the state?
Correct. What you're doing is you're recommending priorities for consideration. Prior to the day before the school board convention, we assign a delegate potentially to go down, depending upon the size of the school determines how many delegates they get to send for voting purposes. They will then go through the resolutions that the school districts have forwarded, have debate on those, and then narrow that field down to their core group that they're going to move forward with. So what you're doing is you're providing recommendations for that consideration.
Does that impact the breakout sessions then when we're at the convention, the topics of them or not?
Not generally, those are already selected well in advance because your decisions that you're making for those final resolutions are done the day before the convention.
Okay.
What you're doing is submitting things for consideration to that delegate assembly. And then one of the things that we'll be asking is if there is someone from the board willing to go down that day before for the delegate assembly. I believe this last year, Dustin was kind enough to fill that need for the school district.
Can we get a copy of what last year's platform resolution was?
I was trying to figure out, I know mental health has always been one that we prioritized.
The ones you have in front of you are the ones from this past year for the fiscal year 23 that were just finished.
Sorry.
So we can add to it or select from these. Good question. But if you want to know which ones you moved forward last year, I could go back and pull that out of notes. But this is the list that made the final cut. Correct. From the November delegate assembly.
I want to say we did mental health, teacher recruitment, and I don't remember the other two, honestly. We're okay to table that then? Maybe Joe, if you can, send us an email what we chose as our priorities last year, or maybe the next board meeting, you can have that information for us.
You bet.
Next item, discuss/approve outside vendor equipment installs and annual security audit, which is on page
99. So on page 99, what Phil is asking to do, we've already purchased equipment through our E-rate. What he wants now is to have a vendor come in and make sure that those are properly configured so that they're compatible and all the patches are done appropriately and that we don't hopefully have holes. In conjunction with this, the second part you'll see is to also include our annual security audit from an outside source. So they actually will take a look at the system as it's set up, determine whether there are vulnerabilities. If there are identified vulnerabilities to the network from the outside, they will try to make those patches and corrections to seal those up. But it is an outside group to actually take a look at how secure our network is. School districts across the nation have become targets of ransomware, including the state of Iowa. So this is something that we try to do, and Mr. Trimble's recommending that we authorize that outside vendor to come in, check our vulnerabilities, get the current system set up first, and then make sure that everything is operating as desired, understanding that there is no guarantee over time that other vulnerabilities aren't discovered, which is why most of you, if you have computer systems, there are some kind of an update patching that takes place, the same with your phones. It's just the world that we live in today, where people are looking for those vulnerabilities.
This was something at the IASB convention on that Friday. They had a school board, I want to say it was from Lindmar, that was present, but was hacked for like a whole week. So the importance of security is, we can't emphasize it enough. So I think we need to spend what we can to make sure that we have the proper software in place.
Mr. Trimble's estimating somewhere between $500 and $7,500 for the cost of setup and testing of the network.
That is their firewall, that is their hardware, that's the other things they're putting in for security. Does their audit include anything? Some of these services offer ongoing training. They're gonna come in and teach your staff, this is what a phishing attack is. Be aware of that. This is how spam's gonna come in here and this is where we're gonna end up with malware. So does this service include that, or? could we
I don't
ask
know
them
that
to
this
join
service is going to include the ongoing training that may be available for purchase. This is going to be that setup and the physical testing of the system, but not professional development tied to this number.
Do you think that would be a good thing for us to have?
I think there is value behind it. We have individuals everywhere who sometimes get drawn into hitting that link without noticing that that link does not match up to the physical address of where they say they are coming from. And I wouldn't venture to say that all staff pay attention to that before a link is potentially hit. So as a result, I do think there is value behind some of that.
I would strongly recommend we ask this consultant to add it. And there's another feature that you can add internally that we should look at, which is doing your own things from inside that replicate false attacks and make your staff look at that and say, no, I'm not touching that. That email's wrong, and if I saw something else coming from the outside, it would help us recognize that. And a lot of these places will include that in their basic services. So I don't know anything about E-rate.
The E-rate is a funding stream basically for the purchasing of our technology equipment. All right, so it's a discounted amount. It's based on our free and reduced rates within the district. So every district has a different rate in terms of that discount that is credited back.
Okay.
So it reduces your outlay of capital for those purchases. And that's a state operated set of funds for the E-rate. We can certainly go back and ask Mr. Trimble to get you some information. I'm hesitant a little bit to give too many details here without sharing vulnerabilities. But we certainly can have him share some detailed information with the board so that you have that information. I would be more comfortable probably with that than to do so in a public meeting that we have out on the web that would indicate how and what we're doing.
Fair.
There is an online type of training too available. I know that's what our agency does. I'm not gonna say how great it is, but it's an option.
Company I work for, I've been to it too, all the trainings.
It's getting pretty common, and we should consider doing it.
So you need a motion to, or you prefer we make a motion to approve the expenditures up to these levels?
Correct, and then we can get more information on some of the other things that Tony's brought up and bring additional information back to you, but this will at least get the new equipment set up and get some of those outside testings started.
So there's just two items. We need, the recommendation is up to, say, $2,200 for labor for.
That was last year's labor
Now
cost.
it's 575.
Oh, okay.
That's last. He's estimating it'd be somewhere between $500 and $7,500 total for
Okay,
these two components is what he's estimating at. Until they get into it,
okay,
it's going to be an hourly
It could be
rate, so.
less, you don't know.
all right. I'm clear now what's recommended.
And we have already purchased the equipment, if I'm reading that correct?
Correct. This is for the setup, for the stuff that's already been purchased.
I'll move to approve up to 7,500 for the security audit.
I'll second. Okay, we have a motion made by Chris, seconded by Dustin to approve up to $7,500 to install the security equipment and complete the audit. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Next item, discuss / approve VM software update, up to $18,000.
This is also a request by Mr. Trimble. Our VM software is a part of our backup system that we have in place for your networks and your servers. It's been a couple years since we've had a major update of that software, where now I believe he shared at least, I think it's more than one version behind. So now we are into the place where we need to do an update so that those vulnerabilities are closed and that we are up to date as far as software is concerned. So last year, we did not have a request to update that software, but this year we do need to do so.
What is the acronym VM? What does it stand for?
Asking a non-techie, but what is it?
It might be vendor management. There's a lot of those ERP type systems that are driving. Is this driving purchase of the different equipment that we need, knowing what maybe books we have on inventory or something like that? Is this some sort of inventory?
No, this is literally going to be a virtual partitioning as far as backing up the servers and the data that we have.
Okay. And all right, now I'm getting a better understanding. And I don't know what the acronym they're using for VM is here either. But the 18,000 is to update our current software.
And update the current software and have the tech support moving forward for this next year.
And what is the new software cost?
That would again be a question for Mr. Trimble, and I'd have to come back to you for that.
I would definitely like to see comparable quotes and options. All of that technology changes so fast. If we just license back what we did 3 years ago, we're likely painting ourselves in the foot.
Am I hearing that we'd like to table that?
I would make a motion to table that. I'll be more specific. I'll make a motion to table that and get comparable, get a definition of what VM is, get comparable software options, and know what it would cost us to upgrade this versus what's the best on the market alternative if you started new today.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion made by Tony, seconded by Dustin to table the discussion on the VM software till next meeting and provide a definition of what VM stands for and get a quote on new software versus the cost to update existing. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Now, if for some reason there's a drastic need for us to do something, I suppose we could entertain a special meeting.
I was saying,
If
we
we have
have
to.
to have a special meeting to get them the right way.
Next item on the agenda, discuss / approve flexible student and school support program application, 2023 to 2024.
This is a program that we've had in place, but the state has now changed the process by which to consider approval. So in the past, we simply had a waiver, it was a PE waiver in our case, so that our ninth graders, if you might remember, take more minutes of PE than the minimum required. In the process, we've asked for a waiver from the state so that our juniors and seniors in particular are able to take more advanced coursework because they're only having to do one semester of PE because the total number of minutes for the state has been met over those 4 years by front loading a little bit in that freshman year. This process now no longer goes under a waiver process. It's now under an application process through CASA. So this is new for us to apply for, and yet it's still the same thing we've been doing. So What we're asking you to do is to approve that tonight so we can finalize submission of that, because part of it is the uploading of minutes saying that you as a board are knowledgeable, you are approval of maintaining that particular request. It used to be a waiver, now being called an application, so that your students have the option of having some additional coursework available that they can take, rather than having to have that additional semester of PE in their schedule. So this is heavily in our college credit classes where we're talking, or in some of the advanced courses like higher end math, higher end science that we're talking about being able to take, where some of those courses would not be required and maybe even not as traditional for schools our size, that we've been able to continue being able to offer.
So this is allowing our students to take more college courses.
Correct, if approved by the state. What we don't know here is how this is gonna roll out, because this entire process is different than what it's been in the past.
And we've been very successful as a district getting students to take a lot of college prep courses. I think it's a good thing.
Any estimate, Joe, how many extra STEM hours that results in?
Not off the top of my head. We could go back and probably find that number for you if it's something that you really want to have.
No, I don't need
Yeah.
that specific number. I guess what I'm looking for is,
We have data that backs up, we have a large number of students who go on to take additional college level courses because they now have another spot in their schedule that they can do so.
we basically can demonstrate the end result of, we've created this flexible time schedule, kids are using it, and they're filling it with STEM type courses.
Correct.
And then they're only able to do this if they take that PE in their freshman year and.
Well, that's built into the schedule,
So it's
so
built in,
if
so-
this gets approved
Okay.
and the state approves it, our students are set up with that option moving forward to be able to take that additional coursework.
Okay.
And as a board, you already have a standard established that they have to have at least 6 classes in that schedule. So it's a no-brainer from where I'm sitting, and it seems to have been good for kids graduating from Pocahontas area.
I'll move to approve.
I'll second.
Motion made by Chris, seconded by Jolene to approve the application for flexible student and school support program application for 2023, 2024. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Under personnel, we have resignations. Claire Vento, 3rd grade. Gloria Mobley, associate. Deborah Edwards, associate. Byron Essing, bus driver. In Byron's case, he is resigning as a full-time driver, but gonna continue on as part-time.
Oh, I was gonna ask Barney, how many years have you been driving bus, Barney? You're still gonna drive bus, you're just not gonna do full time.
I got grandkids that need my attention.
Oh, yeah.
Well, thank you to all those teachers, the associates, Barney. Thanks, Barney. A lot of years of service. And we wish them the best of luck in their future.
Move to approve the appreciation from the district.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion made by Mike, seconded by Nick to approve the resignations as listed with appreciation for their service to the district. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Under contracts, we have, and this was our amendment to the agenda, Rachel Jacobson, 2nd grade, pending a background investigation. Avery Busta, assistant cross-country coach. Dominic Schnell, middle school social studies, pending a background check. And Judd Nielsen, 1st grade. We have a motion to approve.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion made by Nick, seconded by Jolene to approve the contracts as read. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. So at this point, we're gonna, if someone would make a motion, we're gonna move into closed session to review the superintendent's evaluation and salary recommendations for all remaining staff under section 21.51I.
Move to go into closed session.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion made by Nick, seconded by Mike to go into closed session.
Mike,
Yes.
Tony,
Yes.
Nick,
Yes.
Colleen,
Yes.
Paul,
Yes.
Chris,
Yes.
Justin.
Yes.
Okay.
Back to the library.
Y'all getting up? Just turn.
We're not laughing at you, Joe.
What's that?
Thank you. It's something I'll live with sometimes, do that.
Are you?
It's not something you get excited about.
It's your birthday today.
It's only all right, you're up. Congrats.
Your birthday today.
No, it's your Saturday. Yes,
I'm ready for the Put smiles on that face.
Thank you. I'm just gonna corral you. Let me lift you out.
On that note, you're ready to go. It is, The flare needs now. You're not ready. You'd be like, big man, sure. Yeah, but I think like the other thing you do, basketball. Thank you, Jason, but yeah.
When they took the tree, I now understand.
Are you golden on this?
My wife is in the
So I submitted that. He said, and I was. So they got paid for it. Yeah, I did. All around. But I did 140,000. But my neighbor was I got he thought it was gonna go out. All I had to do was. I was just bigger spelling. And then I fall. But I was. I'm so trying. People find out just. It's all about. I don't. No, Steve is just a staff, I had to run my own. It's never been. I had to do something. That's what we're all about. Jacob's right on John Henry. See, and then I bought that router system, you know, that would lay them down. I have a, but the factory I have a little bit on that, but it can't go high, and so I did. I was on a big scale. And she will. I have a friend but also but here's the thing. I told you on that case, you use that national, I got all of those. And then I had that breathable part, so I can lay it over your mouth. And then I thought it would rain, I could put right in the house, global underneath. So I'm gonna have this. Hold in, that was the thing. I had. Plus 5 minutes off. And I could only get treated. And when I got down there, you go on that. Then he goes back. Okay, so so I came back. All said and done. Well, to be honest. What we need to do is, I went to downtown Dallas for a you know that when you're pulling that truck, it's like I like So we should just start. I know. We have fun now. Yes. No, they're fine. It is fine. She's got her. So now, no one's teaching. And they're kids, the kid can go all we I got So there's new tax. But I'm too scared today. I got 2 more mails. There's still hard to She gets that the other day. Across from paper, so they always have cats. And I thought, some days in the middle school track, I was like, so you're getting cats. He's like, no. Yeah. Alex is such a good thing. Alex does. Yeah, no, I don't have to say no. No, I don't either. All that is, hard to do it happen. Yeah. Girls, you I agree. She's okay. See, the trick for me is how to find explanation. Dog is literally laying right over. And there's 6 or 7 cats. She's free range, so she's which was great, and there, which is they're letting anybody out. If she was to watch it, she will walk in there, all there. And they will move over, and she will eat the cat food, and then she'll be, and they don't mess with her. I appreciate you. Yeah, we know that also. And awesome. And I. Especially in the morning. 90 degrees. You're right. We're right. 74. But, okay, when we send them home, we don't want to get right there.
I believe everybody gets what they want. Everybody gets what they want. Second meeting.
I talked this morning. I knew that, so, I'm trying to blow. At least the first 3 weeks.
Yeah, and this is right. Some of the things that happen. All right, we're gonna remind you of like, are you sitting here? You want to take a
And we're just like, they're gonna move it. And then it started, then it all started to bounce off that commentary. And it's like, we have to see it stop. It's not gonna mention hours back on the past. Yeah, it's like, come on, fill it back in. For prices of the rest. Hours on. It's just horrible. Horrible. It's on there. Rest hard. He's just trying to sell the product, so. Yeah. Oh, stairway. Oh, we all remember. You know, it's in the library.
Is the library there?
Yeah. There you go. There we go. That was, so maybe that's that, like, looking.
I told you.
Theater or something, to make Kurt go in here a little bit. But that was even, because it starts in there, the whole cascade starts in the library, it comes across, you're like, push it here.
What time do you want to go off? 1:10?
Well, it's got to.
Yeah.
Should I go in there and say, okay, everybody, grab They did.
She was blacked out. She was a little creeped out to go out there by herself, so.
There's a squad car out there.
What?
The squad car in the department.
You've met our students and other people in the community, right?
That's true. That's true. I see one of my favorite ones out of the wall.
Oh, I don't think I knew the score.
Where's my at here?
Here. I played for the other team.
Oh, they didn't have a place. So will the lights be shutting off in the next 5 minutes or less? They were there, you guys missed it. That's why the lights would turn on in the bathroom? Oh. Good thing I had nights because I haven't been here.
first work, first off, for
Yeah, because they know that after everyone decides to do it.
That turned into This would be. Wow.
Yes, but this is, you say this. We just got one
Tony, when you make your motion, talk really loud, is all here. Okay?
Okay. Mike's are on.
We need a motion to come back into regular session.
Well, you already motioned to come out, so you're back into regular now.
Okay, we're back in regular session. At this time, we'll entertain a motion to deal with salaries.
All right, I would like to make a motion to accept the board bargaining team's recommendation for 2023-2024 adjustments that were discussed in the exempt session. This is based on pay banding data for similar roles in the area. We are accepting the recommendation, including the $2,000 early signing bonus for all staff. The only exceptions that we took to that is that we're staying in Joe's current 2-year contract and the changes to the extracurricular assignments as discussed in the private session, or exempt session.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion made by Tony, seconded by Chris. As discussed, all those in favor, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Move to adjourn.
Second that. And then
Tony.
motion made by Mike, seconded by Tony to adjourn the meeting. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Motion, and all those opposed, same sign, motion carries. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everybody.
You look, or do you want, well, you take papers out of there. She wants the.
I have to give her the binder back.
Yeah, give her the binder back.
Hello? Yeah.